on a confident strike there. So you'd have to say very much against the run of play there. Des take a 7-0 lead early on in this first half of this trophy game. I'm pretty sure that ITS will take stock of that, probably trying to move that ball when they'd been held up in midfield. There was a really good strong tackle that put ITS on the back foot, but they continued to try and spray the ball wide. So with the kickoff, Hanjo Nuvenholt. That's a high hanging kick right on the touchline, and nobody from either side gets to it. So it will be a line out to Des just outside their own 22. So off the top, and the halfback picks it up off his toes as they try to set up a midfield target here. ITS slowing the ball down, a really good counter ruck. And they've made a real dog's breakfast of that ruck, but Des still come away with the ball. They've really had to fight hard for that, and in the end, pull it back and opt to go for the touch. So advantage ITS there. They've forced the line out just about where Des had the put in before. So an early throw in here for ITS. Good take at the front, strong setup. Still driving forward, these big South African schoolboys here. And the 8-man Beileveld again attacking the line. Very, very much Route 1 here. But the Des defence is holding strong here, meeting them on the tackle line as they try and spray this ball a little bit wider. Good tackle about 10 metres out. Now they play through the front line. Venter with that ball. And now putting a little bit of air on it, but missing everybody. And that is good defensive set there from Des. They've worked really hard to keep that out and just forced ITS to keep going from side to side. Good ball off the top there. And good to see that we've got almost 100 people watching in. Looks like mainly probably from South Africa. I think there's a good chance that most of the Des parents will actually be here on ground. But good to see Samuel Hooker there. So trying to carve off a little bit too much there with a kick and runs the ball dead. So it's a 22 dropout for Des. And that is a cheeky ball there. And the try scorer, Harry Fraser, toes the ball ahead. Good ground for Des as they force ITS to come from deep here. Plenty of men on their feet from ITS towards this left edge. As Vessels moves the ball. Des really getting up in the faces of ITS here. And the ball has gone down, but the referee adjudges an earlier penalty. Good to see Bua Vunambaka from Fiji already watching. Nasinu will be on in a couple of hours' time. I have to say that you would have been absolutely proud of the performance that they put in last night at the opening ceremony. A fantastic school song that entertained everybody. So an early 7-0 lead for Des here, with Bielefeld with a great ball off the top again. And Jamie Arpan with a good midfield setup. Oh, and that's a good drive, yeah, getting his shoulders through, but no one to get the ball to. Vessels with a sharp delivery. But again, young Harry Fraser is making a real pest of himself defensively in the wide channels for Des. Already got the one intercept and then the 1-2 and scored the try. Got away on the 22-metre dropout and gets amongst it there and forces the knock on. And for Bua Vunambaka, no, this is the first half of this game. It's the first game here on day 2 of the rugby. The St Kitts game, for those in the chat, has actually been postponed until tomorrow. The Ugandan team that they were due to play today, lots of travel issues and didn't arrive until late last night, and so the game has been delayed until tomorrow. We'll get back to you with what time of the day that is, but the St Kitts game today postponed. Big scrummage, but an early push there from ITS. And so Des go quickly from the free kick. Oh, a little show and go there in the midfield. But they're trying to get to the outside edge. And Luke de Jong there, playing at first receiver, Skansabakken. Some great counter-rucking from ITS there. Ball in Fraser's hands again. Good hit up there from William Durham. So Fred Jelovitz playing at half back in the 15 jersey, but ITS have got the steal there. Oh, Jelovitz and Killian Rouse gets in for the second try for Des. They have absolutely caught ITS cold on the counter punches, absorbing lots of pressure and then putting a few good phases together, and again an intercept. And Jelovitz to Rouse and in at the corner. So this conversion wide out. And what breeze there is probably blowing onto that left edge touchline for Des. But this is a fantastic start for them early on in this tournament. It's a good strike, but just past the left-hand upright. But nonetheless, at halfway through this first half. Des taking a 12 points to 0 lead, when ITS have had much of the possession and also the territory. So kicking back off Hanjo Nuvenhold. The next game on this pitch is Paul Ruhr's Gymnasium third team playing the Odyssey team. Odyssey, somewhat of a Barbarians invitational side that's played at all of the previous World Schools festivals. And then at 14:15, so 2:15 local time here in Abu Dhabi, TSC are playing Nasinu. So back to the action here, and ITS yet again in possession. Some solid defence here from Des. As Vessels moves the ball to the right, and the ball onto the ground again. Fraser yet again getting up into the faces of ITS. There's no doubt that ITS are playing with a lot of freedom, trying to move the ball, play an open game, but Des is just pressing them. And yet again, they come up with a decision from the referee. Scrum feed. Jelovitz with the scrum feed for Des in the red jersey there. In the background, we can see the ITS coaching team and replacements. Big number 33 on the loose head for ITS, Janus Fritz. Another decent shove from ITS, but Des clear the ball away. A really good show and go there from Eminis. And as they get to the outside there, Fraser pulls the ball inside, a deliberate knockdown. Des have really worked their way into this game. So Eminis with a decent touch finder there. Puts play to just outside the ITS 22. So just over 10 minutes to go to half time, and I'm sure that ITS would want to get themselves onto the scoreboard. So just looking for a ball. The referee showing us his right hand spin pass there. So William Durham with the throw. Oh, straight into the arms of ITS, but the ball spilled forward. And De Jong for Des comes forward. Duplessis running into the heart of the ITS defence towards the post there, but just spilled the ball in the contact. So Vessels with the feed to this scrummage. Moving the ball from deep inside their own 22 here. It's brave against this Des defence that has been really physical so far. And ITS trying to play the rugby but getting pinned back pretty close to their own goal line there. The ball sitting there and Vessels gets charged down. And the referee and touch judge are going to confer. I think maybe the referee was unsighted. So Vessels went for the box kick clearance from the base. Was charged down. And it looks like the Des player got there first. I think that this may well be adjudged to have been offside at the base of the ruck, because the touch judge has run to the far side, and it is indeed a goal line dropout for ITS. A real let-off for them there. They would not wanted to have gone into half-time. 3 tries down. Welcome on board, Sachin Coburg, all the way from the Eastern Cape. And Des now attacking down this right-hand edge. Oh, and a great inside ball there, picked up by Luke de Jong, and that is try number 3 for Des. Great work down the right edge there. Initially by Omar Hamad, drawing the last man and putting the ball back inside to de Jong for the score. So Jelovitz with the conversion attempt right on the 15-metre line. As the camera looks straight down the barrel of this one. Oh, and it's well struck just inside the right hand upright. 19-0 to Des. So the ITS team is very much a scratch team, being pulled together from many, many schools across South Africa. So this is very much the early throws for them. They've been training for the last few days together, but just trying to get those combinations, whereas Des is obviously a school team, very, very well drilled, and some great interplay that they've had to score these first 3 tries of game 1 here on day 2 of the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival. So Durham with the throw here. Goes to the back and over the top of everybody and not straight. So scrummage with Vessels the feed. So good scrummage there from ITS as they move the ball from right to left. Ball in the hands there of Delamini. Oh, on a big hard line there, and still going. Frantic tackling there from Des, but the job done. Some great footwork there from Ndusio, Delani and Samuel de Jong, the skipper, getting a talking to from the referee. Just a few too many penalties. And now ITS. Through the boot of Hanjo Nuvenholt. Push the ball for a line out inside the Des 22. Just under 5 minutes to go to half time. And ITS will be desperate to get something on the board before half time. So Johan Dazel throwing this ball into this line out. On a deep ball there. Picked off at the back there by the Des tail gunner. But as he was thinking about bringing the ball in, it just slipped from his grasp and went forward. So it gives ITS great opportunity here. Just before half time. Vessels with the feed. Gets the ball sharply away. Good run, giving his forwards a great target there. Nuvenholt. Vessels. Some of the big men coming on hard lines here, and they're queuing up here. But the ball was a bit low and was knocked on. Double blast of the whistle. And the referee has sent one of the Des players to the bin. According to the team sheet, that's Lewis McAlpine. And so, with it being a front rower, they have to bring a new player on, sacrifice one of the other players. So down to 14 men. 2 minutes to go to half time. This would be the perfect time for ITS to strike. Vessels uses his pace to get through on the blind side, just darted through the gap. Just way too quick for the defensive Des to react on the blind side of that scrummage. Great work from Andre Vessels, getting ITS on the board crucially before half time there. Great work. And Hanjo Nuvenholt brings the ball back quite a long way. Steadies himself over this. But that is a solid kick. So the deficit now 19-17. And there'll be about a minute to play. So an absolutely crucial score for ITS before half time there. So a slightly deeper kick to the 22. ITS with about a minute to play. Opt to push that one into touch. So Des will have one last opportunity in this first half. So Durham with the throw. on some fingertip touches there. Puts Jelavic under all sorts of pressure. And eventually ITS come up with the penalty. Okay, so we're in time for the referee here. So an interesting kicking style there on the drop punt. Coming all the way around the corner. Something that we used to see decades ago. But it does give ITS one last chance with the ball in hand from this line out. Oh, and a great take there from the 8-man. And a good setup in the maul. Driving this hard. And now breaking away and immediately being tackled. And now they sweep the ball across to the left. Ball in the hands of Francois Nouvenhoed. And the ball goes forward, and that will be half-time. Des 19, ITS 7. So we come back from half time. 19 points to 7. A crucial score at the end of the first half for ITS to get them on the board. I'm sure that their coaching team will have had plenty of pointers for this second half. And they'll certainly want the combinations to get better and better as this second half goes on. And that is a deep, deep kick, carving off some 30 or 40 metres. Ball was desperately close to being a 50-22, but Des will have the feed to this line out. Indeed, yes. Des, the DES stands for Dubai English Speaking School. So these guys here from the UAE getting an opportunity to play against international opposition, which is obviously absolutely phenomenal for their development. Got an injury here to one of the ITS guys. Or is it a little bit of footwear mechanics required? And there he is, Zandra Dupree. Oh, and he gets a hand in there, and ITS come away with this ball. Good tackle in the midfield there. But ITS in on the clean out. On another good carry. ITS going with a slightly more direct route, but just spilled forward there. So great hands into the line out there to steal that ball, but eventually knocking the ball on. Oh, big scrummage there from ITS. And the referee blew up immediately there, but some pressure coming through onto Nathan, who's listed on the team list as Nathan GF. It looks like the kicking tee has come on here, so ITS looking to chip their way back into this game. Kick by kick, penalty by penalty. And Nathan there making his way off. It's a pretty tough introduction in the first couple of minutes of this second half to come on and have to face into a scrummage like that. So Nuvenhout with the opportunity to cut the deficit. And that is in off. So he cuts the deficit to 19 points. It's a great start to this second half for ITS. So Luke de Jong on a great hit there in defence, but well looked after. And it looks like ITS are playing a little bit more directly in the first half. They were moving the ball from coast to coast. A few runners off on pods. Great take at the back there. Freddie Jelovitz there And now Des trying to move the ball out of defence. Oh, some great wheels down this right edge. And a good tackle back there. But Des really onto the front foot now. As they now move this ball, the yellow card back on. ITS really slowing that ball down. Oh, decent run at the line there from McLean. Oh, as he tried to play it through the front there to Eminis. The ball just going forward. So that will give ITS an opportunity, a foothold. Just inside their own half after that monster last scrummage that they had. And some of the Des boys coming on, swapping jerseys. As a commentator with the team list, it is an absolute nightmare, because I've got absolutely no idea who these players are now. So here we go. Second scrummage of this second half. Vessels with the feed. And that's a better setup by Des. And Jelovitz putting on some feet there, looking for some space. Little head fake there, and he's made some really good ground. And ITS coming off their feet and over the top there. Divaldo Venta. Oh, was looking. Oh. Unfortunately, a comedy of errors there. The penalty to touch missed by Miles. ITS knocked it on. And then the on-rushing Des winger. Finn Patterson. With the line beckoning. Again, knocked it on. So scrum feed Des. And they'll be looking for a similar scrummage to the one that they had just now, where they held ITS up. But they'll definitely want to get this ball in and away as quickly as they possibly can. Got caught in the feet, but now quickly moving away. Thomas Jack. Ball on the ground. Oh, and a good chicken wing offload there to Jack. Des looking to get this ball, but held up in the maul, and the referee awards the scrum feed to ITS. And a great comment from Sachin Coburg there. Brilliant try there. Andre Flash Vessels, because he definitely was in like a flash. So just about 10 minutes gone. A lot of play in the mid-third here in this second half. So the referee taking some care and attention to get this scrummage down. ITS with a good drive. And that is a deep kick over the shoulder and into the corner, a 50-22. That was an absolutely massive kick. Spotted that Harry Fraser was a little bit forward in the defensive line and just put it over his shoulder and had him turning. But that is a phenomenal kick. And with 20 minutes to go, ITS will want to try and take advantage of that strike. So big line out here. Oh, and it's gone over the top of everybody. It's been palmed back by Morozov. And it's now in the wide channels. And Des are running from deep. Great footwork there. Absolutely phenomenal from Eminis. And he's gone from inside his own 22. And some great footwork at the end. What a phenomenal individual try. Ball overthrown at the line out, and he's gone all the way from about 5 metres off his own line, streaking down the field. A great chase back by Mitrovic, but some great strength, and he extends the lead. So 24 points to 10 with a kick to come. A phenomenal individual try, without doubt the best individual try that we have seen on pitch one so far. And the kick is good. So the lead back out to 16, 26 points to 10. A real hammer blow there for ITS. Phenomenal kick from their 10, Hanjo Nieuwenholt. Got the 50-22 in the feed, but the throw was just over the top of everybody. And Morozov got the hands in, palmed it back, and Zastian Eminis did the rest of the work. Phenomenal try. And then Eminis with the ball again. Really competitive game at the breakdown here. And Des coming from deep. Still only about 15 metres from their line. But sensing the space and numbers. And they've got men over here. Takes it on. And now streaking down the wing here, we have Finn Patterson. And that is, again, that is more of a team try. But Patterson finishes that off, taking it out to a 30 points to 10. Having the courage to run from deep. So 31 points to 10. And in the blink of an eye, they've gone for 2 tries in less than a minute of play here. And it's all basically been about having the courage and the adventure to run from deep inside their own 22. Conversion is good. So 33 points to 10 as we move into the final quarter of this game. A real momentum shift here. ITS were working their way back into the game and doing all they could, but Des have stuck a knife in the heart. So some decent footwork, and ITS will want to tighten up their defence here having had Des come from so deep a couple of times. And again, some great one-on-one skills there. Freddie Jelovitz puts that on the toe, and he gets his toe to it. Some great footballing skills down the edge here. And Jelovitz with some great one-on-one skills, and that's 3 tries in almost as many minutes here. And Des now running away with this. So Jelovitz made the original break, stepping inside, then dropped the ball on the toe. And then just toe poked ahead as the ITS defender was trying to get to it. And then a good little 1-2 there with Harry Fraser. And he was in with some great footwork at the end there. So 38-10 with a kick to come. And that's Archie Bustede in the 10 jersey. And that is a good strike, but pulled just to the right-hand side. So 38-10, 3 tries in about 5 minutes of play, midway through this second half. Somebody in the chat there is saying Ken Bach. He was an unnumbered man that I had on my team sheet. I'm assuming he's one of the guys that swapped jerseys. So if Ken Bach was some part of that, well done. So ITS, it's maybe some 7 to 10 minutes since they've actually had the ball in their hands, apart from kicking off, because Des have gone the length 3 times in a row. And here they go again. Oh, good last-ditch tackle, but not held in the tackle. And Des are streaking down this right edge again. And the try is scored. So the wheels somewhat coming off the ITS bus. 43 points to 10 with a kick to come. And having clawed their way back to 19-10 and looking to put some pressure on, it has literally been 4 tries on the bounce, and ITS have not been in possession of the ball in open play. And a decent strike adds the extras there. 45 points to 10. Des have extended their lead. So another mistake from ITS gives the ball to this dangerous set of backs that Des have. Fighting hard for the ball there. Luke de Jong. Jack with a sharp pass there. Still some bite in the ITS defence here. So some good defence there eventually from ITS. And some great camaraderie being shown with the boys. So ITS is not a school. It is actually a touring side that has been put together, an invitational side. Probably as many as 20 different schools represented across that ITS side. Another good scrummage here from ITS. Vessels on a great step out of the tackle there. Driving forward is Mitrovic. And Des couldn't resist putting their hands in the cookie jar there. The penalty goes to ITS. Looks like they're just going to drop this into touch and go for the line out. So an important throw here. Oh, not quite getting hands to it, and they've knocked it on. And Des choose to hack the ball downfield and chase. Some good footwork there from Cup, but he's caught by Bustede. And they're choosing to go quickly. But end up giving the penalty away and losing that ball in contact. So an injury there to one of the ITS players. Ronaldo Cap. So making their way to this line out. They'll want a better return than last time. Big jump at the front there. And now they've set the drive up. Need to get the ball to the back of this maul. They're getting close to the line here, and they drop down over it. And the referee gives the try. I think ITS will be wishing that they could have done that about 10 to 15 minutes ago when they overthrew the line out. And that started the run of 4 tries without them touching the ball. So an opportunity to cut the deficit to below 30 points here. So just taking a few moments here, a few deep breaths, stepping into the ball. It's a really good high strike. And the flags are up. So ITS will definitely want to receive this kick and get themselves back in play with a decent exit. So another really, really deep kick. It's given as a knock-on, but being in line here, as Harry Fraser went to catch that ball, it definitely went backwards and then bounced forwards. So a little bit of a harsh decision. So referee asking them to pack this ball down. So about 3.5 minutes to go in this game. Huge drive there by ITS. Moving the ball out to this right wing. Oh, and the ball's gone loose. And this has been meat and drink for Des so far today. ITS doing well to get back, and a good driving contact there. Vessels. And a good tackle there from Hudson Poulton. Oh, great offload out the back there. And a little show and go. Just tries the chicken wing, and Vessels is onto the ball. So this scrummage right in front of us here. Vessels with the feed. Another solid scrummage by ITS. Move the ball into the midfield. Straight in the heart of the Des defence, but they've set themselves a good target here for the forwards. Coming back to the right-hand side. And now a hard line from the forwards. ITS probing left and right. High tackle there. So ITS possibly saving their best till last here. So that round the corner style forces play to within about 5 or 6 metres of the Des line. So again, a knock on. Tail of the line out there. ITS will really look to bring some heat on this scrummage. And they do. This has been a real strength for ITS throughout this game, but they found it really hard to turn this into any kind of scoreboard advantage. So Jack with a feed for Des. They're really now into the last minute of this game. Jack picks it out. It'll be interesting to see whether Des want to go for one last hurrah here, or whether they just want to play this out. Pops the ball over the top, but ITS had infringed. So it's a penalty. Your clock has stopped on the... So he taps it and goes. So still looking for lots of adventure here. And again, looking to put some air on the ball. But the ball is knocked on, and the final score, 45 points to 15. Des had an absolute purple patch in the middle of that second half, where they ran in 4 unanswered tries. So final score, 45 points to 17. Des running out winners over ITS. And a good afternoon to everybody from Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub, where we're about to kick off in a trophy match on day 2 of the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival. And our teams are Paul Reurs Gymnasium, third team versus the Odyssey 15. And kicking from right to left in their familiar colours of brown and gold are Paul Reurs, and they are all the way from Stellenbosch in South Africa, playing against the Odyssey 15, who is a barbarian side gathered from all over the world. And there'll be many invitational players in this, some of them from the UAE, some from South Africa, some from New Zealand. It is a true barbarian team, and in the absolute spirit of the Odyssey 15 that we've seen over the years here at the World Schools Festival. We will see if we can get Janet Jackson at half-time for you. So the feed to this scrummage. Small knock-on in the kick-off reception from the Odyssey. Gives the feed to Ben Krieger. Oh, and a moral victory there right from the get-go for Odyssey, winning the scrum penalty. As I've said several times over day 1 and so far day 2, if you're in the chat, we'll try and give you a shout out. If you think we're getting the names wrong or anything like that, or we've misplaced a player, just let us know politely and we'll try and correct it. So first line out here for the Odyssey. On the ball drops in the hands of Paul Reurs. As I said, this is their third team. They've got around about 70 athletes here. And a great little probe down the blind side there by Krieger. Oh, and onto that ball. And pulled into touch there, but a great break down that right edge. Line out one by the Odyssey, trying to make their way from beyond their own try line. It's a kick out, well fielded there by Luddit. They start to move the ball across the field here to the left edge. Ball in the hands. But a great tackle in the corner there by the Odyssey, denying that early try. So some good heat in defence there from Paul Reurs, forcing the Odyssey to kick to touch, and it's just on their 22-metre line. But now Paul Reurs have the put into this line out. Zach Gelden Hayes or Ben Van Ziel. We got two number 2s on a good take at the tail of the line out there. Good carry in the midfield there. And just a pick and go. Some really good meters gained in contact there. But the referee spots an infringement and brings it back for an earlier penalty. Pushes that into the corner. So it's another great chance. Decent take in the middle of the line out, but a little bit squint, and there was a challenge. So that'll be scrum feed, Odyssey. Scrummage goes down in the front row. Referee orders a reset. Nasinu are playing in the next game on pitch 1. And I didn't have him originally, but number 14 streaking down the right flank was Kanan Eckstein. And that's a solid drive out from Odyssey. And well kept in field there, driving hard. And the referee's whistle, Tabiso Lebakeng. He ran a very tight game yesterday. Lots of whistle, and the players would do well to understand how tightly he referees these games and try not to get on his wrong side. So another great opportunity here for Porters. Oh, and a hand in there from the Odyssey. The referee spots an infringement. Ben Krieger takes the tap. Driving really close to the line here. Big Cobus Lobser. Some good work in the tight phases here. And Odyssey will need to be all hands on deck here. The referee already playing advantage, and Pulvers in with the first try. In at the bottom there, too hard to see who was the scorer. But 9 minutes on the clock, and the first points are scored. So number 13 is either Kian Nell or Christian Pothita. So adding the extras there, 7 points to 0. Poolers get the start that they were looking for. 10 minutes on the clock and quite a few infringements there in defence. So the question is, where's Odyssey from? It is a touring side. And the players are basically from all over the world. The conversion there by Kian Nell. Deep kick hits the grass. But a long kick out takes play almost back to halfway. So I want to make a shout out to Chuck and Zeke from Botany. Welcome on board. So Odyssey come away with this ball. Making it to the halfway line. And Odyssey go quickly. That's some mullet that man is wearing. Making some really good ground here. As Odyssey bring the ball back across the paddock here. Running into the traffic. Oh, and Poolers onto that ball, but just knocking it on in the contact. So I'm sure this Poolers scrummage will want to try and exert some dominance here. They don't have to concentrate on the ball, just push. But the ball is away. Well met on the tackle line there. As Odyssey swing the ball from right to left. A great run there. Oh, good hands from the big man. Ball well cleared away there by Wade. Oh, the referee just getting in the way of the passing channel there. And a great offload there to the big man, but he knocks the ball on. The Paul Roars player is away. Oh, and a decent kick there. Good work from Ernst van Graan playing for the Odyssey there. Chips the ball ahead. And it looks like Liam Cilliers has got some blood there and the referee's asking for a change. Cilliers is keen to carry on. So making way, Noah Rehu. Leaving the field with the physio and will be replaced. Great line taken from Simba Kazua. The big number 8 at the front of the Odyssey line there. But just lost the ball in contact. So Paul Rers with the throw. So Odyssey come away with that ball. Finn Owen. Good run there by Caelan Lamont. And Simba gets his shoulders through the contact, looks for the offload, but decides to take the ball to ground. Porters considered off their feet there. Thank you. Just been informed in the chat that Max Edwards is the man with a mullet. Just turned 16. If you're going to have a mullet, 16 years old is definitely the time to have it. So Edwards with the throw at this line out. Again, the ball is overthrown. And Porters come up with the scraps. That's a box kick into no man's land there. Hits the grass. And Odyssey bringing it back into contact there. This game really competitive in this middle third here. As Odyssey bring the ball out to this right edge. Giving us a high tackle. As I said earlier, this referee likes to lay the law down. But a decent kick, and this has been a decent 6 or 7 minutes here for Odyssey, having conceded that try. They put together some decent phases. So Edwards with the throw. On good hands in there from Porters. And they've actually secured this ball on the ground. Now playing a few phases, one-off runners. Krieger rips the ball back. And the ball kept in play. Well fielded there by Charlie Fullard. But players not retreating in front of the kicker there. So something that we rarely see taken in rugby these days. They've opted for the scrummage from where the kick was taken. Obviously feeling confident in their scrum abilities here. So Krieger with the feed to this scrummage. So a decent scrummage again from Porters, and they've sprung right through the middle there. But have gone off their feet in the contact. I think Porters weren't expecting quite such a bust up the middle there, and the supporting cleaners got left behind, and Odyssey got themselves in and over the ball. And some references to the mullet and some hunting. Oh, the ball picked off at the tail there. Not the intended catcher, but it's had the right result for Odyssey. Oh, good hands from Kazuha. Oh, and playing out the back there, but misses the man. Good pressure there. And the referee gives the penalty from the ball knocked forward and played in front. It's another deep kick that's missing touch. Big return. A little bit of aerial ping pong here. And Ludit punts it straight down the middle, and it's picked off by Odyssey, who are now going to look to move the ball. Kazuha, good tackle on him, but he takes the ball up to halfway. And the ball deep, deep into touch. It was certainly kicked from inside their own half, but I think the ball was played back in to their half. Just looking to see whether the touch judge is going to give the 50-22, and he does. So that's a great result for Odyssey. And Odyssey putting some pressure on the Porter's line here. And the try is good. So Odyssey cut the deficit to 2 points with the kick to come. This has been a pretty even game so far, so Odyssey good for their score. So the Nasinu game will be at 2:15 local. Decent high hanging kick, but just stays out to the right hand side of the uprights. So the score remains 7-5 to Porter's Gymnasium. So there's about 7 minutes to go to the half. So big, deep, high ball fielded inside the 22 by Odyssey as they try to run the ball back out. Referee playing advantage as Odyssey move the ball into midfield here. Still inside their own 22, playing under penalty advantage, which the referee comes back for. Answering the question in the chat. The Botany game should be streamed, but you'll pick it up on the feed as being on pitch 2. Solid carry back there from Caden Eckstein. And Hansi van Vuren there, forcing 2 or 3 of the Odyssey tacklers to come in on him. Porters in about the last 15 to 20 minutes have not had much field position, so they'll really want to make advantage here, or take advantage here. Oh, and the mullet man Edwards swoops onto that and makes some good ground, and he wants to go again. So the referee calling forward the Porters captain, just letting him know that he's in charge, that the penalty count is getting a little bit high. So now from a line out on the Odyssey 22, we're back up to the Porters 22. Edwards with the throw to this line out. Line outs have been a real lottery so far today, but Odyssey get their hands on that one, feed it back. Tip on in the contact there was good. Odyssey making some good ground. A little show and go there, but no way through the Porters' defence. This Porters' defence has been really solid all through this first half, and it looks like they've got the steal here, and they have Ben Krieger with a high hanging kick, which is fielded on halfway. Some footwork left and right, but Krieger with a good follow-up tackle to his kick. But Odyssey, great tip on there, great line through the middle. Kazuba, and he was very nearly intercepted there, but referee Tezubo Lambokeng rules offside. So 2 minutes to go. Odyssey have the feed to this line out. Matt Muller-Edwards with the throw. Shortened line out, only 4 men here. Oh, and the ball's gone over the top again. Knocked on by Porters, and Odyssey come streaking away, and they kick the ball deep into the 22. Luddit pumps the ball deep to the safety of touch, and we've got a minute to go. As we said, this is the Porters Gymnasium third team. They've got around about 70 players here resourcing this. They gave a fantastic performance at the opening ceremony last night. Some fine words from head boy Dan Whitehead. And then a great song. And Odyssey trying to put some air under the ball, but they're going backwards at a rate of knots under the pressure of Paul Ruiz, and they're trying to wriggle free on the left edge there, but again, just a knock on. So a sliver of hope for Paul Ruiz, but the referee blows for half time, and we are tied up here at 7 points to 5. 2-point game, all to play for in the second half. So as we come back from half-time, Porter's Gymnasium third team holding the slenderest of margins, 7 points to 5 over the Odyssey Invitational side. Good kick-off reception from Porter's as they try and bring the ball more centrally. And that's a high hanging kick, but Odyssey are underneath it, and a big dummy there and a big bus carrying it up past halfway. Great return there from Odyssey. Kazua with a big carry but a solid hit on him. Edwards picks up the scraps and drives around the right edge of that ruck. And just a small fumble on the floor there. So it'll be a scrum feed for Porter's. So some things in the chat there. RTA, Len and his guys not here in Abu Dhabi this year as Edwards streaks off, brought down just outside the 22. Kazua takes the contact, fighting to stay strong there. Odyssey trying to get themselves onto the front foot here as they bring this ball across, but some really solid umbrella defence from Porter's there. Again, some good footwork, being really evasive in the contact there. But Porter's come up with the penalty, and some back chat there from the Odyssey. And as I've said, referee Tabiso Lembakeng takes no prisoners. Good take in the middle of the line out there for Porter's. And I think that is Basson making really, really good ground, and he's still going. Legs pumping towards the line there. They've got men over on the right-hand side here. If they can just bring this ball out here. Just needs hands. Big, wide swinging miss pass when probably putting it through the hands would have been enough. Caden Eckstein was looking to pounce on this right edge, but just got ahead of the ball as it looped out. It was a fantastic run into the 22 there by Basson. So the mullet just getting his knee taped there. So big scrummage here for Odyssey. Porter's really trying to put some pressure on here. Oh, and what a time to win a scrum penalty. And a slight rush of blood to the head there. The tap and then kicking out on the full gives Paul Ruse the opportunity to throw into this line out. Could easily have taken a breath, kicked the penalty to touch and had the feed themselves. Oh, good ball off the top there. Really solid contact there. Freddie Rickards, the vice captain. So it's actually a very calm, still day here. You can maybe in the background just see the flags fluttering gently. Nothing like the wind that we experienced here on Sunday. So there was a contest at that line out, so the referee says not straight. So it'll be scrum feed Paul Ruse, who still hold this slender 2-point advantage. So 15 in from the far side touchline. Great feed about 5, 6, 7 metres outside the Odyssey 22. It's a good scrummage by Paul Ruse. They move this ball. Loose ball out the back. Just trying to keep it moving. Great angle there. Ruin de Kock making some really good meters. Good tackle by Kazua. Some good solid possession here, getting through some phases. But Odyssey get themselves over the top of that ball. So 8 minutes gone in this second half. And Odyssey push the ball into touch from that resulting penalty. Line out has been a problem for both these sides today. Very few balls going direct to hand. So I think that's Johan Mayer feeding the ball into the Paul Ruse scrummage. And the ball's gone down there. And the penalty given away. And Odyssey go immediately. Nate Sprenger with the quick tap and go. But they've actually put the ball out over the sideline and given the advantage back to Paul Ruse. Oh, but a great ball off the top here. And here he is, Matt Edwards, going through the contact there, getting them onto the front foot. Really building up some momentum here. Good carry there from Waka Solomon. But the referee has had enough, and it is a yellow card. So Odyssey push the ball into touch, which will set up a line out for them just outside the Porteurs 22. One of the best field positions that they've had in this second half. Edwards with the throw, looking for his man at the tail here, finds him. And the referee picking up on a really technical offence there, saying that there was a disconnection in that maul. A real demonstration of his knowledge of the law book there. So Odyssey getting the chance to apply some pressure. Finn Owen with the field, with the feed here. What? And the referee just stopping the game here. So interesting tactics here from Odyssey. Porteurs one man down, and so they've put Matt Edwards off the side of the scrum and put him into the midfield. I think we can expect to see him, whether it's in this first phase, but he's going to pop up somewhere in the wide channel here. Alex Crowther there, big man with a solid carry. So Porteurs come up with the penalty, as I said, with 15 minutes to go in this second half. So we're just moving into the final quarter, and the South African side holding this slender 2-point lead. And we end up with another scrummage from a line-out infringement. Tried to throw a short one to the front of the line. And here comes Cobus Laubser, this enormous young South African, into the row. As Odyssey try to feed this line out. Porters are obviously going to go for a massive push here, which they have. But Odyssey have scrambled the ball clear. The ball's come down and Eckstein is off. He's looking to probe some gaps here. Carries hard into the contact. And now Porters move the ball into midfield. Odyssey pulled offside there. Getting smartly back after the referee's whistle. Porters with this line out. Great take. Now running the ball. The big man, Laubser, taking 7 to 10 metres. And now they get the ball into the hands of the speedster, Ruan de Kock. Great finish. And Porters just opening the gap a little bit. Now a 7-point lead. With the kick to come. So the conversion was wide, so still a 7-point ball game. And still about 11 minutes to play. Odyssey just composing themselves as they come back to halfway. So that was a fantastic finish by Ruan de Kock. High hanging kick. And never missing a thing, the referee there. Brings it back for a scrummage on halfway. So Mayer with the feed to Porter's scrummage here. And as they swing out to the right here, all the ball cannons. This could be anybody's, and the ball's chipped ahead. And this is an absolute foot race. And halfback Mayer gets there first. Odyssey sweeping forward onto this, sniffing blood with about 9 minutes to go. 7 points down, but they give away the penalty. And a great opportunity to relieve some pressure there. The Pulrose clearance penalty comes up to their 10 metres line. The Odyssey boys have really played a part in this game so far, but they'll want to get themselves back onto the scoreboard. That's a deep kick, well fielded. But the referee brings them back for the line-out infringement. So there's what we call a double-double there from Odyssey. Gave the penalty away, line out, and immediately gave another penalty away, and they've gone from inside the Pulrose 22 to inside their own with about 7.5 minutes. So Odyssey have come away with the scraps there. Pumping the ball deep. Marquez underneath it. And they now swing the ball, making good ground down the left edge. Still going into the 22. And Loebscher, the big man, takes 2 or 3 of the Odyssey boys to haul him down. And now they bring the ball out to this left edge. And Eckstein Alex Crowther there, the big man, with a tackle in the wide channel. So 5.5 minutes to go. Feed from Odyssey, big scrummage from Pulrose, but a deep kick, and Eckstein fields it well, pushes the ball into the midfield. Kitsoff with a great run, but mown down with a second tackle there. Referee playing advantage to Pulrose as they streak into the 22, but the ball goes loose, and so obviously wasn't a penalty advantage because the referee has judged that they have gained the advantage. So Pulrose with the ball, About 7-8 metres shy of the line, going hard at it now. And a judge held up there by the referee, so goal line dropout. 4 minutes to go. Odyssey trailing Porters by 7 points. They need to try and go coast to coast here. Deep kick, well fielded. Samuel Kitsoff running the ball back hard. So Odyssey have the scrum feed. They've got about 70 metres to go if they want to bring this game back to all square. Looking to move it, trying to get to the outside. So Paul Rers looking to really turn the screw here at the end of this game. On a knock on at the base. Minute and a half to go. Odyssey all to play for here. Odyssey with a feed. And yet another penalty. Odyssey trying to move the ball under all kinds of pressures from Paul Roos as we move into the final minute of the game. Odyssey need to keep this ball alive. Oh, and it looks like Paul Roos are over it, and they are. I would imagine they would bring the kicking tee on. Oh no, they're going scrummage. Clock keeps stopping on 59 minutes. So Mayer with the feed. Blind side here, Caden Eckstein. He burst into the game the first few minutes with a big run down the right hand side. Since then, Paul Rers have struggled to get the ball into his hands. And Odyssey win a lifeline scrum penalty there. So they are going to risk a line out. But they're going to have to go from deep. The line out is around about. So this will undoubtedly be one of the last plays of the game. Ball coming onto the field. So Odyssey with the feed. Will Rers go up? Oh, and Paul Rers have come away with it. And Liam Killiers hammers the ball into touch. And that is a 12 points to 5 win for Paul Rers 3 over the Odyssey 15. An absolutely intriguing game. The first game we saw tries coming from all angles, but that was a real game of nip and tuck. And Paul Rers Gymnasium, third team, run out 12 points to 5 winners over the Odyssey 15. And the next game up, we have Nasinu versus TSC, performing a traditional Fijian thimbi. As the TSC side face that down, TSC are playing from right to left in their refresher coloured tops, and Nasinu playing from left to right in their navy and sky blue jerseys. So Nasinu get this game underway. High hanging kick. Excuse me. Sorry, yeah, thank you. So a small knock on there from TSC. It's going to be interesting to see the contrasting styles of these TSC English public school boys coming from Millfield, Clifton, Whitgift, Sedbergh and Ipswich School against the free-flowing running of Nasinu from Fiji. Last night at the opening ceremony, Nasinu treated us to an absolutely tremendous song. And there we have the first phase possession. TSC pushing Nasinu off that ball and now looking to move the ball away. Getting the ball out to the left edge, TSC. And number 4 there, Davita, penalised for not rolling away. So that ball won off the top there by TSC. As I just said, TSC is the schools championship from England. The players coming from Clifton, Ipswich, Sedbergh, Whitgift and the world famous Millfield School. So a combination team. Sedbergh and Millfield have been regular entrants to this tournament on their own. So an early infringement, and Nasinu have decided to go for a kick for goal. Just barely 2 to 3 metres inside his own half. So Bula Vinaka na Lui ni Vinoa. To anybody listening in from the islands, 10:16 in the evening there, as schools, the TSC side, field the ball that went short and have pushed the ball up to just about their own 10 metres line, where Nasinu will have an opportunity. At the line out. But it must have come off one of the Fijian players because it's a TSC line out throw. Oh, and a good take off the top there from Dylan Parry Cooper. Oh, and almost through on the intercept there. Sam Gial with a good carry in field there with that camouflage headgear. But the referee penalises Nasinu as TSC slowly start to make their way down the field here. So Clapperton in the 11 jersey throwing the ball into this line out, but they're looking for a ballon. So Clapperton with the throw. Oh, the ball's gone loose. And it's on the Nasinu side as they look to move the ball into midfield, but the referee brings it back for the knock-on at the line-out. So our referee for this game is Rainer Vermeulen. So reset scrummage here. Some real pressure coming through from the TSC side as we look at them. They're probably physically man for man, a little bit bigger. So Nasinu with the feed to this scrummage, some steady progress by the TSC, but Nasinu get the ball away, put the ball over the head of Orlando Moore in that wide channel. There's a big wrestle for the ball there. And it looks like Nasinu have come up with the ball. And that was a huge kick downfield by Nasinu, but the ball has run dead, so they will be coming back for the scrummage. I'm sure these TSC guys will want to try and put every advantage they possibly can here. So the referee looks for a reset scrummage here. So 8 minutes gone and still 0-0. So 2 pools of 4 here at the World Schools Festival in the Cup. On and a quick take. Quick take there, but the referee brings it back. And so with that, TSC pump the ball down into the Nasinu 22. First time that they've been in the red zone in this first 9 minutes. Oh, good take there at the top of the jump. CJ White. And now TSC rumbling through the gears. Samuel Marshall with a good pass there. Oh, and a big interception there from Dawalali. But an earlier infringement at the line out offside. Be interesting to see whether Millfield push the ball to the corner, and they have in fact given it Into the hands of Samuel Marshall from the Whitgift School, who puts the ball basically on the 5 metre. So this is giving TSC a great opportunity here. Alex Clapperton with the throw. Oh, and another great take there from White. Setting up this maul and now adding some weight to it. Nasinu will need to get behind this pretty quickly. Shears off to the right-hand side and goes down. And it looks like it's penalty advantage to TSC. Calling for this ball on the open side. And they could have been turned turtle there. And it looks like it's been held up. But the referee takes them back for the penalty advantage that they had. So just a quick tap and go on a big long pass. Great tackle. Just inches from the Nasinu line. Some good footwork there. Pele Noop from the Ipswich School on a big wide kick. Moore underneath this and just goes beyond the chasing defence. Great crossfield kick there. Safe hands of Orlando Moore to open the scoring for TSC. With some fantastic defence, try-line defence prior to that by Nasinu. But they got really narrow there and a great crossfield kick. A decent strike, but it's off to the left. So 5 points to 0 TSC. Try scorer there, Orlando Moore from the Whitgift School. So TSC showing some real desire to run from deep. The ball drifted over the top there. Sam Wills tried to bring it in, but has knocked the ball on. So this gives Nasinu a great opportunity to strike back really quickly here. They're about 6 or 7 metres out from the TSC line, right on the right edge, as the referee sends Pele Noop from the field. I'm assuming maybe it's blood or some kind of head injury. The physio comes to him to administer a little bit of care. And TSC bring on a replacement here. That's some fairly heavy ballast coming on as a replacement on the tight head side for TSC. As Sungatu Oranga feeds the ball into this scrummage. Oh, and it's a big scrummage from Nasinu. But they lost the ball. So although going backwards a touch, TSC managed to nick the strike there and have cleared their lines, and the immediate danger is over as they move up towards their own 10 metres line. And Noop comes back onto the field, replacing number 6, Matthew Palmer, who's from the Millfield School in England. Oh, great ball off the top there and brought in by Davita. Oh, some big hands there. But the referees come back for a technical infringement here. And it's a short arm penalty. And Nasinu, tap and go. Reketi Rua. The Fijians now really putting their shoulder to the wheel. And they're going route 1 here. It's a low run back into the traffic. Wakaving with a carry, supported by Saliliawa. So TSC really making the Fijian side thing. And one of the Fijian men, I believe that it is Simone Tangi Indrua, struggling here. I'm not sure if it's a knee injury, but he seems in some level of distress. So 5 points to 0, 17 minutes gone. So the referee not giving the Fijian player a chance to get off the field. Looks like a bad knee or ankle injury as he's being helped from the field. Meantime, TSC make their way to halfway from that penalty. Clapperton with the throw. George Lloyd from the Clifton School giving him the message in the number 1 jersey. Good take in the middle of the line out, although it wasn't the intended receiver. Oh, and a great tip on there by Freshwater. As they come back to this side, and that's a perfect kick into the hands of the number 11, Nakalevu. So the crossfield kick there, and TSC backed off, and Nakalevu was onto it like a flash, and it was some decent covering back that allowed them to force Nasinu into touch. Clapperton with the throw. On a good take in the middle there. TSC have really grooved their line out from Sunday. It was much more difficult conditions with the breeze on Sunday. But a good old-fashioned grubber kick through there, bouncing high. Tomasi Daulali with a good return there. So Daulali, ball knocked free but gone backwards. And some great hands here. Daunivaka, Tuleva, Great run there. So Nasinu fighting hard for the ball here. Oh, bursting up the side of that ruck. Nasinu making some ground here. Just drops the ball onto the toe, but the referee, not sure what the decision is there, but it is a penalty for TSC. Question in the chat there, when is the St Kent's game? The St Kent's game today has been postponed. The USRA side from Uganda had some travel issues getting in and only arrived late yesterday. So the game is postponed to tomorrow to let them get the travel out of their legs. It does mean, however, that USRA will have to play 4 days in a row. But St Kent's have gladly agreed to play the game tomorrow, which will mean that they have to play back-to-back games on Wednesday and Thursday. So line out throw, TSC, another good ball off the top by CJ White. Oh, and a great line there, getting to the outside. William Johnson, though, shells the ball. And here come Nasinu on the counter. Oh, and a good turnover by TSC. This game is nip and tuck. The referee getting himself involved. So some real frantic play in the close contact here. Nasinu absolutely smashing TSC back in the tackle. Jeffcott at half back, getting the ball away. And a good tackle there by Sam Geel. But swooping forward are Nasinu. And just outrunning his support there. And a real scramble back by TSC. So TSC leading this game by the slenderest of margins, 5 points to 0. A great try, courtesy of Orlando Moore, who fielded a great crossfield kick to him. And then the chasing cover just overran him as he stepped inside and scored. Good ball off the top there by Parry Cooper. But Nasinu sweeping through on it and have come up with the ball. Oh, well played off the floor there. Good work by Kuraivuna Akula. Looks like referee's playing advantage on this right edge. A really solid run there. Big carry from Nyambo. The referee comes back for an earlier advantage that he was playing, not rolling away. So, opting to take a pop at goal. They had an earlier attempt from about 10 metres further back. This game absolutely all on at 5-0. And if Nasinu could come up with 3 points here and close the gap to 2. Just not a good strike. And misses to the right-hand side of the upright, so be 22-metre dropout for TSC. Good take there from Rakatirua. Coming down this short side again. Clapperton trying to rip the ball. But coming to this short side here. Oh, the ball there just looping and coming up into the hands of Millfield, but just knocking it on the floor there. There's somewhat of a breeze starting to just pick up on the backs of Nasinu, which is maybe why that ball drifted forward on the breeze there from the halfback. So Nasinu with the scrum feed as everything just folds in there and the referee decides on a reset. Another good scrummage here by TSC. And Nasinu have to drop to their knees in order to stop being pushed back over that one. Ball back into the hands of Sam Marshall as he pushes the ball deep. So with 2 minutes to go in this half. This has been a real territory and possession tussle. And it looks like prop Tangia Indrua has finally succumbed to that lower leg injury and has left the field as Clapperton throws this ball in. Easy ball back into the hands of Bradley Boma. And then hard running onto that, Sasha Freshwater, setting a real target. Jeffcott looks left and right. Boma from the Ipswich school with a really good solid run. But it looks like he's knocked it on in the contact there. Desperate defence from Nasinu as we move into the shadows of half-time here. So the referee sends one of the players off. He seems to have a problem with his boot. That basically will be the last play of the half now, as they bring on a replacement. So as the clock ticks into the red. After the earlier game we had, where we racked up over 50 points in the game, the last two games have been real nip and tuck, and this one, as the clock goes into the red, we're at 5-0 only. The ball put over the head of Orlando Moore, and then drops into the hands of the Fijian winger, but into touch, and that is half-time. TSC 5, Nasinu 0. So we are back for the second half with TSC now kicking off, playing from left to right in their multicoloured shirts. As the Fijian side, Nasinu from Suva, kick a deep ball out. And TSC trying to go for the 50-22, put the ball out dead. And give Nasinu a good chance to start this second half with a scrum on halfway. This first half has been a real game of nip and tuck. Nasinu putting a lot of pressure on, but TSC being the side to break the deadlock. A great crossfield kick and a great finish by Orlando Moore. But now Josefa Sungaturanga moves the ball away. Oh, and some great deception there, but a good tackle in midfield there by Freddie Galatizine Scott. Oh, and slipping away from the tackle there. And some multiple hand signals there from the referee. Not quite sure what the infringement was. But this is a good start to the second half for Nasinu. So a lot of chatter here. Kini Marawa. So the referee says that that ball is not straight. Brings us back for a scrummage. TSC put in. It's an area of the game that TSC were dominant in the first half. Oh, that looks like another solid scrummage from TSC. Penalty given away there. So this gives TSC with a penalty another opportunity to just carve some metres off and also have the throw at the line out. So Lewis Sedgwick on at hooker now from the Sedba School in the north of England. Just getting their hands to that ball, but getting man and ball there. Neville Oakley from the Millfield School picked up two of those hard tackling Fijians, Morawara and Rukambuli. Rukambuli is the deputy head boy of Nasinu. Oh, another good scrummage here from TSC. Just a ball off the hip to Orlando Moore, who makes good ground midfield. Digging in for that ball, Neville Oakley now playing at half-back. Oh, some good feet cutting back in field, trying to give his forwards a target. Freshwater with a good carry there. Good ball there from Samuel Gill. And thank you, Mr. Mike Neville, correcting me that it's Oakley Neville. Good work here from TSC driving forward. But the referee spotting a technical infringement there, and it's a free kick to Nasinu, and he was held up there and he desperately tried to get the ball away, and the referee does show knock-on advantage. Oh, it's a great carry there from Vinnie Sims. Some good hands. Sam Gill caught in the contact there. Some great work. And a good tip on there from Bradley Boma. Some great work over the ball there from Nasinu. And Nasinu start to try and put some pressure on. Oh, great take at the tail of the line out there. So TSC with this scrummage. Oakley Neville moved the ball well there. So this scrum feed to Nasinu now. 10 minutes gone in this second half, and it's still TSC holding this slender 5 points to nil lead. And a penalty there to the Fijian side. So it's a tap and go in midfield, driving straight towards the middle of the posts, and a pick and go round the edges, really trying to draw the TSC defence in and narrow them up. And they're taking some metres here, absolutely going route one with this pick and go, forcing TSC to get their shoulders warm here. It's a very, very narrow attack from Nasinu, but they're driving, and they're now about 4 or 5 metres short of the TSC line. And they're playing with penalty advantage here. And they go again. TSC, the ball comes loose, but the referee brings it back for the earlier penalty advantage. And they're going to tap and go again. Driving hard at the line. TSC will really need to dig in deep here. Oh, and the ball's gone loose. But this could be the broken field that Nasinu are looking for. Oh, and Orlando Moore brings that ball in beautifully with one hand and comes away and sets up a target midfield. And now TSC push this deep, and there's no one at home. And as they come back, oh, it's a loose pass, and he's put his teammate under all sorts of pressure there. But the Fijian side coming away. Great tackle there from Vinnie Sims. Decent spot tackle in the wide channel there by CJ White. But the ball has just nudged forward. And it's a scrum feed to Nasinu Secondary School from Suvarin, Fiji. So 17 minutes to go in this very low-scoring game. Just a single try scored early on in the first half. But since then, Nasinu have woken up, and it's been a real tussle. So Nasinu with a feed. Oh, and he's just looking to run straight through there. Great run for Dani Vaku Tuileva. And not rolling away. Playing with some real urgency now, the Fijians. Just trying to get some tempo into this game. Now bringing it back, and a great offload in the contact there. Nasinu equally as happy playing the tight stuff up the fringes or spreading the ball wide. Just inching their way, probably about 10 metres shy of the line now. TSC have been under the pump here for the last 6 or 7 minutes. Nasinu going desperately close here, probably about a metre or two short now. Going with the big guys, still got a lot of men on their feet in the wide channel. but it's held up. So this has been a period of real pressure that the TSC have weathered for now as we move into the final quarter of this crucial pool game here. High ball out, well fielded by Nasinu. On a little show and go there from Sungatuaranga. This has been all-out attack from the Fijian side for about the last 6 or 7 minutes. TSC so far weathering this storm, but it must be taking a toll on them. Yet again, going tight to the ruck. And another pick and go. It's a real change of tactics from the Fijians. Oh, and the ball comes loose. But the referee, double blast on the whistle. There have been quite a few penalties, and it looks like he's going to be talking to the TSC skipper, CJ White. Doesn't look like a yellow card for now, but White calls the troops in. This is clever play in a game like this, just to have a few moments to get a breather. They've been on all-out defence for about 8 or 9 minutes now. So this is clever captaincy from CJ White and the TSC. A few deep breaths in the huddle there. And Kini Marawa standing over this ball. Oh, absolute Route 1 with this. Nasinu have to come away with a score here. Great work in the tight there, getting very close to the line now. Need to make sure they don't make any ruck infringement themselves. Oh, some great play. Now about a yard from the line. And it looks, for all money, like the halfback has snuck in just inside the post there. He's going to his touch judge, but I'm not sure what he would have seen. He would have been obscured by the post. This is going to be a tight call from the referee here. And I think it has been given as being lost forward over the line, or maybe even ripped by TSC, and so it's going to be a goal line dropout. As I said, it's been 10 minutes of all-out attack from Nasinu here. Another high hanging kick. And TSC will be glad to be some 20-odd metres shy of their line. But they've slipped through here, and they're streaking down the edge. Oh, and the ball. LJ Natarua tried to get the ball out of contact there, but just forced it directly into touch. So, forward pass, which means a scrummage. As I said, TSC have been defending here like Trojans. So big scrummage here for the TSC. They'll want to try and clear their lines here. Ball comes back, but it's a modest gain. Really feels like either side needs one big play here. Either TSC to break out from this pressure, or for Nasinu to get themselves over the line. Certainly this half has been predominantly played down this end of the field. And Nasinu have worked incredibly hard. And it looks like Orlando Moore is fighting for that ball on the floor. Great work there for TSC. Sedgwick driving to try and get a better angle to get a kick out here. And again, the pressure is all over. Nice ball into the commentary booth here. So a mistake at the line out there from Nasinu. Gives TSC a scrummage on 15. Decent angle. So Oakley Neville with a feed here. He will want a solid platform in front of him here. This is the opportunity that TSC have been working so hard for these last 11, 12 minutes to relieve some pressure, get outside their own 22. So Neville with the feed. Looks solid from TSC. Oh, and that's a decent raking kick in behind. And it runs out into touch with two TSC players bearing down on it. So that's the first time that they've got out of their own half in about 10 or 11 minutes at least. So Nasinu just inside their own half. Line out feed. They come away with the ball. Step inside from the 10. They keep coming to this left edge. Joshua Landsberg, one of the local players, helping out Nasinu here. They go to the right. But he's knocked it on. Advantage here. And TSC streaking away here. And a fantastic score there. Looks like it was by Oakley Neville. finding his way to the try line there. And that is an absolutely crucial score with how this game has been so tight. It's been an absolute arm wrestle. And that extends the lead to 10 points to 0 with the kick to come. About 4.5 minutes to go. It's been one of the lowest scoring games that we've had here so far at the 2025 Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival. Oh, and that is a fantastic kick. Takes the lead out to 12 points now. That is literally the first time that TSC have been in the Nasinu half in around about 15 to 20 minutes. It was a knock-on at first receiver by Nasinu and a good advantage played by the referee. As Nasinu kick deep. I would expect this one to be returned with interest. Oh, and the ball bounces infield. And Nasinu try to bring this ball to the left edge. Kuraivono Akulu tries to give his forwards a target, but the ball's knocked on and lost. And now TSC just pokes the ball through. And a really good take there by Nathan Elliott. And in at the side. So Lewis Sedgwick there, one of the leading voices in that TSC side, just telling them to slow the ball down, put it into the hands of Samuel Marshall, who just pendulum kicks that into the corner. So 2.5 minutes to go, 12-point lead. Good take there from TSC. They've got a rumble on here. Some of the guys have sheared off on the right-hand side. And I think that they've taken the ball down, certainly what the referee's saying. But now they're going to call for their forwards to rumble this forward. With about 1.5 minutes to play, they don't want to give these Fijians a sniff. Oh, on a big looping pass. And they've done exactly that. Oh, this is a great chase back by Samuel Marshall. But just what they didn't want to do, which was give the Fijians a sniff, but they did. But a huge defensive effort there from Samuel Marshall from the Whitgift School, got back. And as the Fijians pushed the ball through on the floor, TSC got back behind their line to dot down. And with literally minutes to go, maybe even seconds to go, it's a big, high, hanging kick. Good tackle. But we're right back down here. And Nasinu desperately need to score quickly here and get back to halfway. The ball's gone backwards. Great hang pass there. Oh, and he shrugs off the first tackle. And they're trying to move this ball and keep it moving. Finlay Hunt from the Dubai Tigers team. Devetta has a little snipe up the side. But the clock is in the red. And the never say die attitude of this Fijian side. Pushing this deep. The game is gone. They're purely fighting for the pride of getting the score at the end of the game here. The defence from TSC in this second half has been immense. They've spent more than half of it anywhere between 5 and 10 metres from their line. But yet to give the score up, and they desperately won't want to do that in the 60th minute. But as I say it, they have. And Nasinu have got the score. So it is 12-5 with the kick to come. But I think that time is up. And I think the referee has actually told Nasinu to just calm down if they want to make sure that they get the best points difference return that they can from this game. Slow down, take the kick. So 12 points to 5. Kuraivanu Akula. He's the head boy and was captain of Fiji under-18s. And that is it. 12 points to 7. TSC cling on for a crucial pool win here against the Fijian secondary school from Nasinu. Next up, we have the Junior Sables playing Paul Roos Gymnasium first team. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game of Day 2 here at the World Schools Festival in Abu Dhabi, where we have Paul Ruhr's Gymnasium first team taking on the Junior Sables 15. This will be an all-African matchup here. And the Paul Ruhr's Gymnasium first team will be looking to lay down a marker for the rest of the tournament. But the Junior Sables, they will be buoyed by their senior national team having just reached the Rugby World Cup for the first time in many, many years for them. Oh, and an early knock-on by Paul Ruhr's, and the Sables sweeping onto this. So just into the Paul Ruhr's half. Oh, some good defence in midfield, slowing the ball up. So as the Sables move the ball, and they get the ball here into the hands of Tondlana. Moringa just having a quick look over the top to see whether there was any defence back. Moringa, that's a really sharp pass. So they just need to go hands here. Kube. Good drive. So Moringa just strength over the ball there, holding it up. Run there by Devori. So the ball been turned over and Paul Ruhr's coming away with it. Digging that ball out there, Tristan Armitage. And big thanks there to Dan in our events team, bringing me a coffee. 4 games on the bounce on your own is a struggle. So not releasing. So first couple of minutes of this game, and the Sables are well and truly into it. So some good work there by Moringa, tiptoeing down the touchline and getting the ball in field. And Yuppie from Paul Ruhr's put his hands in the cookie jar there looking for that, but decided to pull back and did well. That would have been a penalty for all money. So for all the possession that the Sables have had, Paul Ruhr's are soaking it up quite well. And they're playing a game of force back on the Sables here. Sables get the ball wide now, putting it through the hands. Just a little bit anxious there. So big scrummage here. Armitage with the feed for Paul Rurs. Sables scrummage well on day one. Oh, and that is a good scrummage by the Sables, solid, but Paul Rurs clear it away. Oh, and a great break there. The ball into the wide channel, but just forward. For at Sotherwell, you say, is the logos wrong way round? They are for the way they're playing, but on the fixture list, Sables are the home team, so on the left, and Porter is on the right. But as you say, it doesn't look the best as they are playing. But a enormous scrum there from Paul Rurs, and they win the penalty. So Paul Rurs with the early opportunity here. Oh, and a good drive here from Paul Rurs. Everybody joining in here. And it looks like it's collapsed on the floor. Be interesting to see what the referee comes up as a decision here. Oh, and it's a scrum feed to the Sables, so some sterling defence there. So a great bit of play there by the Sables, but they are far from out of the woods, judged by the last scrummage. When Paul Rurs don't have to worry about hooking the ball, and all they have to do is put their shoulder to the wheel and push. They're a pretty fearsome scrummaging outfit. Oh, but that's a better scrummage from the Sables. So 8 minutes in and nobody troubling the scorer so far. Tanaka Masawi with the clearance there. Takes play. Just inside his own 22. So playing some rugby from inside their own 22. Not scared to give it a go. Good carry there by Kasose. Great defence in the wide channels there from Paul Roos. So Paul Roos with the line out throw here. Oh. But a really good challenge at the front there by Shenjie. Forces the squint feed. Big burst away off the base there by Shenjie. Bringing Albert Nell off his feet. Good tackle, but just stayed around the ball for too long. Sables get the opportunity to get into the Paul Roos half. Oh, great take at the front of the line out there. Moringa sharply away from the base there, but that ball dropped into the hands of Paul Roos, who hacked it forward. The Sables have come up with the ball. Big high hanging kick. Pfeiffer is under it. And that's a deep kick, but out on the full. So definitely advantage to the Sables. Oh, sweeping round there. Sables have the ball. Good target set up midfield there. Decent offload there. But Paul Roos judged to have tackled the man without the ball, but that was pretty tough because it was in his arms and then fell through. And the Sables opt for an early kick at goal. So it looks like halfback Moringa will be taking the shot. Good call in the chat from Towanda White 7859. Moringa lines this kick up at goal. About 37 metres out, just to the left-hand edge of the posts. It's a pretty good strike, but it goes off the left-hand post. And it gives Poulters the opportunity. On they go quickly. And the ball rebounding back off the scaffolding, but the referee saying that deadened the ball. Karai and Mache with the throw here. Oh, and a great take off the top there. Guarati. And Poulters winning the turnover there. Great work from the number 2 on the ground there, but just shelling the ball forward. So scrummage here. Moringa with the feed for the Sables. Just on the Poulters 22. Pretty central on the field. And most of the backs are lined out to the left here. Which could be classic for an 8-9 winger down the right side, and sure it is. Moringa gets on the outside of his man, pulls the ball inside, but his winger knocked the ball on. Poulters are forced into touch, but the referee comes back for the knock-on advantage. On pitch 2, finished just before this game started. Poulters 2, 28, and the Sables 15. So it was the mirror image game of this one. Poulters 2 versus Sables. And this is in theory the Sables' second team. So Poulters come up with the ball at the base of the scrum, but Moringa has scragged his opposite number at the base. A great turnover ball here for the Sables. Good clean out by the Sables. Guarati there in midfield. Shaping to kick, shaping to pass. And in the end got absolutely clattered. And as Manyakara tried to act as the stand-in half-back, he just knocked it in at the base. So a change at tight head for Poulters. I think Zach Stain coming on. Playing against the big man. Travis Pfeiffer puts the ball through. It's an awkward bounce. Chimaka under all sorts of pressure, and Paul Roos have rucked them off the ball here. And a good tackle on the line there. But they are queuing up. And a big wide pass there from Armitage. And that is the opening score for Paul Roos. So 5-0 with the kick to come. Oh, and a great strike there, but off the left-hand upright. So the score remains at 5 points to 0. Paul Roos. We click over into the 21st minute of the game. It's been a great start to this game by the Sables 15. They've been looking to put some width on the ball, but have also played pretty directly as well at times. As Moringa hoists that high. He runs straight into contact there. Sables were trying to hold the man up, and it looks like they have. So one of the most positive field positions that the Sables have had so far. So Moringa directing traffic. The last time they had an opportunity on this side of the field, Shenjie went from 8 to 9. And Moringa tried to get to the outside, but looks like he's coming to the open side here. A lovely ball into the hands of Chimaka. Just staying in field. Moringa will have to watch his feet here. Shenjie carries it into contact. Moringa gets the ball away, but Kasose, it was at his feet. And I can tell you, it's a very long way down for that big man to reach. It's fantastic to see these two African sides going at each other. Probably in pure size and athletic ability, the Sables just nudging it as you look at the size of the both the front and second row for the Sables as they line up for this scrummage. So Armitage with the feed. Pfeiffer with a long ball to Basson. Bringing it back into the middle of the field. Armitage goes to the boot. It's a high hanging kick and the Sables have got to come onto it. In the end, nobody really claimed it, but Porters have come up with the ball. Oh. Some great work there from Kyle Snayers. In fact, it could have been Tevez Kibido. But in any case, the Sables have come up with the ball. And Shemedza slams the ball into touch just outside his own 22. So with less than 5 minutes to go to half time now, Porters holding a slender 5 points to nil lead. Oh, a bit of an overthrow there, but it still comes up in the hands of Porters, but going off their feet and holding on in the tackle there. Always good to see in the chat how the manhood of certain people is linked to how schoolboys play rugby and win or lose. So the ball comes down on the side of the Sables as they look to move this ball to the left edge here. Good carry there by Chimedza, but he gets stripped. Ruben Mavinta there, acting as halfback. Armitage gets the ball to Pfeiffer, who looks back inside as he sees his outside men covered. And Philip Venter adjudged to have gone in on the angle. So with about 2 minutes to go to half time, the Sables claw themselves into Porter's territory. First time they've been down here for some while. Kurai Mashi with the throw here. Guarati, Shenjay. Shenjay was the target. And Zander making some good ground on that inside channel. Shenjay there gets the ball to his back row partner, Kube. And the Sables trying to release themselves down that right edge. So they now flash this ball back to the left. Playing through the front channel. Good hands there from Kasose. And the ball into the hands. Number 6, who's hauled down Zander. Just short of the line. Great defence from Paul Rose. Moringa brings the ball back in. Kasose again. Shenjay. Trying to get that ball going. And some real solid defence here from Paul Rose. As the Sables stretch them left, then right. Shenjay has another go down the blind side. Good ball out the back and some good hands to Devore. Playing through the front. And the referee, although that was a decent chip at the ball, referee insisting that the ball or the penalty be taken from the mark. So Moringa is on the ball, drops it on his toe. And the Sables just go absolutely route one on that. Devore, big man driving forward. Oh, and a bouncing ball there. And some really solid defence from Porters driving the Sables back. Machimbo. And it looks like the ball's been won. Porters have turned it over. Clock in the red at the end of the first half here. Will they play or will they just look to get the ball off the paddock? And it looks like they're going to kick this deep. And that should be the half-time. And it is. So this final game on pitch one here at the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival in 2025. Last game on day two. Porters won, holding a slender 5-0 lead over the Junior Sables 15. So we are about to kick off the second half of this final game. We now have the Sables kicking from left to right in their green and grey tops, with Moringa, the halfback, about to start the game. So 5 points to 0. Poulreuse just holding this slender advantage. A really well-worked try, but all to play for in this second half. High hanging kick. Oh, and a good ball there. And now Caden Samuels giving his forwards a target in midfield. Pfeiffer getting hit really hard there. Jaden Powell now on at half back. So absolutely centre field, just about on their own 10-metre line. Poulreuse get the feed to the scrummage barely 1 minute into this second half. It's a great scrummage from Poulreuse, but adjudged to be illegal. Knee on the floor, and so the referee immediately blows. It's a real drive forward from Poulreuse, and immediately the Sables have brought on the kicking tee and signalled the bowls. Moringa places that ball on the tee. Could not be any more central. And across the 2 days of play that we've had so far, probably the absolute calmest conditions we've had. The white touch flag, or 22 flag there, just hanging limply in the wind. So Moringa just needs to hit this dead true. Got the distance and straight through. So a fantastic start to the second half for the Sables. Moringa closes the gap to 3 points to 5. We have had some highly competitive games today. After the first game, where we had very nearly 50 points, all the other games have been settled by less than a score. Big take there by Kasose. Tanaka Masawi just trying to wriggle free there, but he's been turned over. Basson hit really hard in contact there. A lot of appealing and shouting from the touchline there. And the referee not happy, giving Jaden Powell a big talking to there. All I could hear on the ground here was somebody screaming croc roll, croc roll. I think the referee took exception to that. And the Sables have carved off some 30-40 metres, taken play down well inside the Poulreuse 10-metre line. So 4 minutes in, 3 points to the better. The Sables have definitely had a better start to this second half. Oh, and a good take there at the front by Shenjay. Oh, and a good ball there. Kasose popping up in midfield. Must be a fearsome sight to see him coming down your channel on another huge hit. And there's been a lot of backwards and forwards there. A lot of this game has been played in the mid-third. Great ball at the front of the line out. The last line out from the Sables. Big jump by Shenjie, the number 8. And then a great offload by Manyakara to the big number 5, Kasose, who is just dealing with his boot there. As I said, it must be a fearsome sight seeing that man come down your midfield channel. But he was well met. And the outcome of this is that Poulreuse have the feed to the scrummage. Beautiful evening here in Abu Dhabi as the shadows start to lengthen on the pitch. 26 degrees, no humidity to speak of, as Pfeiffer rakes that ball. Good old-fashioned wipers kick, as we would call it. And the Sables come all the way out to the left edge, and that ball met with Caden Samuels staying on his feet like a man of rubber there. This is a great counter ruck. Oh, good work there by Winters. Pfeiffer shapes to pull the ball outside, but goes on his own. Running fairly directly here, Poulreuse. Coming back against the grain on an unders line there. Oh, Winters just drops the ball again, but the referee brings it back for an earlier infringement. Now this will be interesting. Do Poulreuse try and take the points, or do they kick the corner? And it looks like Pfeiffer is opting to kick the corner. And takes play down. About 10-12 metres from the Sables line. So Mayberg with the throw, but the Sables have brought it back on their side and just immediately carry it into contact. And Poulreuse have given away the penalty, and the Sables come away. And they're making really good ground up this left edge. Great tap tackle. The ball just lost on the floor. That was a desperation tackle by Poulreuse there. So it'll be a scrum feed to Poulreuse. So Powell with the feed to this scrummage. These scrums have been highly competitive. A lot of movement both ways. The Sables front 5, some fearsomely big men. Adrian Erasmus, shout out for you. Let's go, Jaden Powell. So Powell with a feed to this reset scrummage. It's gone down again on the tight head side of the Paul scrum. The Sables penalised there. The referee asking for them to keep it up. As Pfeiffer yet again. Oh no. I think this is Tion Basson pumping the ball into touch just inside the Sables half. So with 20 minutes to go, we've got a 2-point ball game. Paulers 5, the Junior Sables 3. As we said earlier in the day, the Senior Sables have just qualified for the 2027 World Cup. So some of these boys will no doubt be pushing for some kind of representation there. Great take there. Christian Leroux. Oh, great double round there. Oh, and some really slick handling here. Oh, and streaking down the touchline and took the tackle and knocked the ball on. But that was some really clever play with Jaden Powell doubling around and taking the return. So this is an important scrummage here for the Sables. Just about 12 metres from their own touchline, but deep in that left-hand corner. Often known as coffin corner, one that's difficult to get out of. So this scrummage taking quite some time to be set. Moringa with the feed. So the ball in the hands of Jaden Powell. Porter's coming up with the scrum feed for this one. They'll be wanting to put lots of pressure on here. They've got an interesting setup behind the scrummage here. And they're coming short with these big midfield men they have, and then the forwards sweeping round the corner. That is an awesome try there. Very, very well worked and straight off the training paddock. So 10 points 10 points to 3. And looks like Capito will be taking the honours off the tee. Absolutely slap bang in front. And he makes it 12 points to 3. Really good setup off that scrummage. They ran their big midfielders on an inward angle, which drew lots of the defence in from the Sables, and then they just got round the corner and were fast around the corner and straight under the posts. That is a very high hanging kick. And although the Sables got the hands to it, it just slipped forward. So we're moving into the final quarter of this game. 15 minutes to go. Porter's holding 12-3 lead over the junior Sables 15. So Dave on at halfback. And Moringa moving out to first receiver. So Powell with the feed to this scrummage. Ball. Good work from Powell there to find Pfeiffer as he looks to the left. Becker with the carry. Now, looks like Powell's going to go aerial. That is a great box kick, high and hanging. But well tidied up in the end by Mashung Anyika. Sables look to spread this out to the left edge. Making some good ground. Now streaking away up this edge, but just stumbling. So the Sables get the put into this scrummage. Actually, Paul Ruhr's apologies, that was a knock on by the Sables as they were streaking away. So Powell with the feed. He drops. This will give Dave, with that knock on at the base, will give Dave the feed for this line out, or this scrummage. Poolers will be happy to scrum all day, as it's taking over 60 seconds to get every scrummage down. And while they hold this 12-3 lead, they'll be more than happy with 10 minutes to go. And that is a huge scrummage by Poolers, but penalised for going early. Poolers infringing again, but here come the Sables. Streaking up the field. Oh, and that's a good ball out there to Chamaka. Puts the ball on the toe. So the referee appears to have given goal line dropout to Poolers. High hanging ball. Manyakara takes it. Moringa. He's met on the tackle line there fairly fiercely. And a great run there. Good tackle going in on the ball and stopping the offload. Great work again from Mayberg, but he's lost the ball on the ground there. And penalised there, James Herber. Sables knowing that they've got to play with real tempo here if they're to have any chance. But they're just meeting a maroon wall here at the moment. Moringa chips it over the top. Caden Samuels kicks the ball. As I said about 20 minutes ago, fantastic to see the testosterone in the chat about schoolboy festival rugby. Interesting to see how manhood is so tightly linked to it. Another great take in the middle of the line out there for Poolers, and they come sweeping onto this. But in at the side, and it gives the Sables some hope with just over 5 minutes to go as they move this ball. Oh, great offload. Drop to the inside. Good ball, and they're on to that. And that was great work there by Christian Leroux. So Travis Pfeiffer with a decent kick. taking play down to within about 5 metres of the Sables 22. So Mayberg, great take in the middle of the line out there and a really good setup here. Mayberg needs to get this to the back. This is a big march forward. Some of the midfield backs are coming in here. This has been wrestled to the ground. And the Sables come up with a penalty as they go quickly and try to get this into the wide channels. There's a couple of good passes there. Some real pace here. Oh! And yet again, another tackle that just taps the ankles. So 12-3. Just under 4 minutes to go. Referee checking his watch there. There's been some great scrambling defence from Paul Roos and a few tap tackles. Paul Roos will not mind the time it's taken to set these scrummages. As Paul Roos come out, Pfeiffer doubles round. Good tackle there. Oh, in the hands. Caden Samuels. He gets scragged in field. They make the setup here. One-off runners. Winters in the fray here. And it looks like Powell is setting up for a box kick, and that is another high-hanging ball. Good take by Moringa. Great handoff there. Drops back into his more natural position of halfback there. So Sables have got men over here. Trying to get round the edge here, and Shenjay. Travis Pfeiffer with some great footwork to beat the first man. Great work here by Paul Roos as they eventually knock the ball on. But the referee goes back for the earlier advantage as Shenjay knocked that ball on. Sables have had plenty of opportunities in this game and have either been tackled or just lost the ball forwards. They certainly run Paul Roos very, very close. So we're just about to tick over into the final minute of this game. You have to feel that Paul Roos have got this wrapped up. Basson gives a good target in midfield there. Powell rips it away. Pfeiffer gets that ball away. It's Paul Roos trying to get themselves out into some open spaces down that right flank. But another just knocked the ball forward. But that is it. The referee blows for no side, and Paul Roos, Gymnasium first team, run out 12 points to 3 winners over the Junior Sables 15. It's been a huge day of rugby here at the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival. We'll be back tomorrow for the postponed game, which will be St Kitts versus USRA, who are in from Uganda.